presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are South.
After a rainy start to the day in Atlanta, it's turned out to be a gorgeous Friday night for baseball. Our April in the ATL continues here at Turner Field as we get our first look at the defending National League champion, New York Mets. Yoenis Cespedes, David Wright, Lucas Duda are in town to take on Freddie Freeman and the Braves. Should be quite a challenge here in Game 1 of the series. Hi again, friends. Chip and Joe. Great to be back at the ballpark. Braves dropped 2 out of 3 to the LA Dodgers. They were in all 3 of the ball games. But now, Joe, a different challenge for the Mets are in town. Historically a pitching-rich franchise. Right now, they might be one of the best hitting teams in all of baseball.
You can call these guys the Broadway Bombers right now, the way they're swinging the bats. They are on a road trip that's unparalleled in Mets history. They're hitting the ball out of the ballpark at a tremendous rate. Check it out. In 6 games on their current road trip, 19 homers, 40 extra base hits, averaging over 6 runs a game. They've had back-to-back home runs in 3 straight games. These guys are on fire, and to top it all off, oh yeah, they got some pretty good pitching too.
One of them's named is Matt Harvey, who is winless on the year, and Bud Norris. He's the man that's going to try to handle these New York hitters. Game 1, Braves and Mets, big crowd in Atlanta, and we'll get to the ball game right after this.
Atlanta Braves baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day. Delta Airlines, your local Ford dealer, and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
It's a beautiful night at Turner Field in Atlanta. Our first chance to see Terry Collins and his New York Mets, who come to town with a 7-7 record. Mets, as Joe mentioned, having a terrific road trip. They're 4-2 so far in Philadelphia and in Cleveland. And now they face Bud Norris, who makes his 4th start of the year for the Braves.
You see his numbers there. He's 1-2 with a 6.23 ERA, coming off a start against the Miami Marlins where he went 5 1/3, gave up 4 runs, walked 3, and a couple of homers. So his Ford keys tonight with this red-hot Mets team coming to town and hitting a lot of home runs. Think solo. If they're going to hit one out of the ballpark, don't walk some guys. And he's walked 7 on the year in 17 innings. Think solo and hang around. If he can just get through some early innings, the way Harvey's been collapsing in the 5th or 6th inning, you hang around, you might get a W tonight because he's been tough early, not so good late.
So we'll see what
Harvey.
We'll see what Bud Norris has in store for us tonight as Curtis Granderson leads off for New York, and he takes outside, and we're underway. A few puffy clouds overhead, gentle breeze blowing straight out, and 70 degrees at first pitch. Perfect night for baseball. There's a strike to Curtis Granderson. Jeff Kellogg has the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. And a base hit by Curtis Granderson starts the game for New York. So Granderson's aboard, and here's the rest of the starting 9 for the skipper. Terry Collins, David Wright in second, Conforto, Cespedes, Duda, and Walker. All of those guys are hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
You can see a little scrape there on the side of Terry Collins' face. He was involved in an accident riding in a cab last night here in Atlanta. Somebody cut off the cab he was riding in, and cab rear-ended the car, and Terry went face first into the plexiglass. A little dinged up tonight. He should have been doing that spa thing we were talking about instead.
Yeah, no mani-pedi for him, huh?
No, he could have used that facial. Tough cookie, though. He'll be all right. He'll feel a lot worse tonight after the Braves beat his Mets.
There you go. David Wright, 0 for his last 10, is down a strike. David Wright, a couple of homers, 245 average. Always loves hitting in this ballpark. 19 of his 35 career homers against the Braves have come here at Turner Field.
And both of his homers so far this year have been opposite field shots. He comes to town one of the cooler Mets hitters. He's 0 for his last 10.
And a swing and a miss. He got tied up inside with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Mets have to be thrilled with David Wright ready to go at the start of the season. Last year he played just 38 games. A hamstring problem was one of his issues, but the much larger issue was spinal stenosis, a real problem for David Wright. He hit just 5 homers in those 38 games last year. And out of play, foul.
Anybody that has to deal with that knows how painful it can be and how stiff your back can be. Hard to find a comfortable position. He went through all kinds of different procedures, got all kinds of different shots, and finally, after missing 115 games, they got some medicine in him that helped him and was able to finish this year and play in the World Series for the Mets.
Where he hit a home run for New York against Kansas City. 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. AJ blocked that, and the count now, 1 ball and 2 strikes. But Norris, 7 hits in 5 1/3 innings last time out against Miami through 98 pitches. He tonight tries to earn his 2nd career victory against New York.
Well, that's twice he's almost gotten Granderson.
That's way outside. Something else that has been happening for the Mets on this road trip, not just the home runs, early leads. They have scored in the first inning in 5 of the first 6 games on this road trip. And with their pitching, now it's easy to understand how tough it would be to beat them.
What a difference that makes, huh? But they are 7-7. They're in second place, 3.5 back of the Nats.
From 0-2 to a full count.
And this offense, I mean, it's not like it's been real steady from the very beginning. It's just this road trip where they've gotten red hot. Granderson at the top of the order, d'Arnaud at the bottom of the order, both hitting in the below the Mendoza line, although Granderson's showing some signs of heating up.
Let's see if Granderson's running with a full count, nobody out. He's not. And Wright pops one up in a shallow right. Long run, Nick Markakis near the line, slowing now, and Wright pops out. Granderson back to first. Michael Conforto is the hitter. Here's the Braves defense. Kelly Johnson, a former Met, gets the start in left. Nick Markakis back in the lineup tonight. Daniel Castro the start at second base. AJ behind the plate. The Braves are hoping tonight will be a breakout night for first baseman Freddie Freeman.
This guy had a breakout debut last year after the Mets called him up from Double-A. What a good run he had all the way through the end of the year, the playoffs, and in the World Series. Good looking young hitter.
Michael Conforto, 56 regular season games, and that one's right back where it came from, into center field. So 2 on, 1 out. Granderson stops at second, and now you're in murderer's row for the Mets. 2 on, 1 out.
That hit Bud in the foot. No. Able to tiptoe out of the way. Amazing that it missed him.
So here's Yoenis Cespedes. An extra base hit in each of the last 6 games for the Mets. 4 of those extra base hits home runs. Already 5 long balls this year. For the Mets center fielder, the Braves team has hit 3. And Norris delivers a strike.
.22 homers and 57 RBIs in 71 games last year. Pretty amazing.
Remember how the Mets last year just could not support their pitching with any kind of offense? In the span of about a week, Sandy Alderson dramatically reshaped their team. He got Cespedes from the Tigers, they got Kelly Johnson and Juan Uribe from the Braves, and they brought Michael Conforto up from the minor leagues, and they took off. The day before the trading deadline, the Mets were 3 games behind the Nationals in the East. They ended up winning the division by 7 games. And a good cut, but Cespedes now 0-2. Here's our Yellowwood bringing the lumber feature.
Well, they did. The whole team brought it to town. But since August 1st of last year, the most home runs hit in all of baseball, and Cespedes 5th on that list. Actually tied for 4th.
Swing and a miss. Norris got it to chase a high fastball. That was at 94 miles an hour. 2 outs.
Feeling good. Went upstairs. Got him.
And here's Lucas Duda. Duda's hit a homer in 3 straight games. In fact, Duda has been a part of back-to-back homers in 3 straight games, something not done in the big leagues since Jeff Kent and Barry Bonds turned that trick 14 years ago with the Giants.
Good breaking ball. Norris has given up better than a hit per inning, and he's given up 2 this inning. Left-handers came into the game hitting .292 against him. Ooh, good pitch.
I think that comebacker kind of made Bud mad. Certainly got his attention. As the count now even to Duda, 1 ball, 1 strike. Matt Harvey awaits his first pitch of the night.
One thing that happened last year also after the Mets got Kelly Johnson and Juan Uribe was Terry Collins went to Duda, who was wondering, did I just lose my job? And he said, well, no, but we need some more production out of that spot at first base. And Duda took off. It's like suddenly there was somebody there that might play in his place, and he got red hot in the second half.
Bouncing ball right side, shift on. Freeman's got it, shovels to Norris. And Bud gives up 2 hits, but pitches out of a scoreless top half at first. Matt Harvey and the Mets take the field next. In game 1 of this series with the New York Mets. Daniel Castro's hitting second. Got to get Freddie Freeman going. He's in the 3rd spot. A.J. Przinsky and Kelly Johnson, 2 veteran left-hand hitters. And they'll feast their eyes on Matt Harvey, the Dark Knight, they call him in New York. And things have been rather dark for him at the start of this season, haven't they?
No kidding. 27 years old, 6'4", 220. Out of Mystic, Connecticut. Take a look at these splits. Innings 1 through 4. He is the Matt Harvey we all have come to expect. Outstanding numbers. From the 5th inning on, it's lights out. His manager said today it's like you look out there and you wonder who it is that has taken over the mound, because it's not Matt Harvey. He's been awful after the 4th inning with his velocity declining and bad location. It's been horrible.
His first to Nick Markakis at 92 is fouled away. Would you agree that Matt Harvey is a power pitcher?
No question.
Then how do you explain Matt Harvey has 9 strikeouts in his first 3 starts?
That's ridiculous. 9 in 17 innings. And it's right-handers. He's not even fanning right-handers.
Oh, that got Jeff Kellogg on a ricochet. Let's hope he's all right. Darno's going to let him clear the cobwebs. 2 strikes.
Got him in the shoulder, I think. Oh, right in the mask, and then the shoulder. But right-handers, 33 plate appearances for right-handed batters against this guy, and 2 strikeouts. He throws 94 to 97 and has a slider that's 88 to 90.
And he struck out 2 right-handed hitters.
2 right-handed hitters in his first 3 starts.
That stayed high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Harvey had a well-publicized medical issue during spring training, a bladder infection that cost him some time. And we were talking before the game, the Mets also with their entire staff, because of their postseason run, they did something rather unorthodox with getting their pitchers ready for regular season play during spring training.
Yeah, Paul Bird's got more on that for us
about how they just tried to take care of him. But it's hard to figure out this guy how some kind of switch just goes off after about 4 innings.
He's gone full to Nick Markakis. And he got that one by at 95 miles an hour. Tipped and caught by Darno. And Matt Harvey has his 10th strikeout of the year and his first tonight.
You mentioned that bladder infection. There were also some concerns about blood clots associated with that. He was on some medication. The Mets were thinking, well, maybe the medication has something to do with his lack of stamina after so many pitches. And the doctors assured them, no, it's not going to affect his stamina or energy whatsoever.
So for all the good that the Mets offense has provided the headline writers in New York, Matt Harvey's struggles have been equally newsworthy. So this is a big start and a big game for Matt and the Mets. 1 ball, 1 strike for Daniel Castro. Daniel gets the start at second base. He's riding a 4-game hit streak right now. I think his confidence sky high. If you can hit Clayton Kershaw, you can hit just about anybody.
Sure thing. Plus the confidence the coaching staff is putting in him playing against lefties or righties, no matter who is out there.
That's hit towards second. Neil Walker to his left, former Pirate in his first season with the Mets, makes the play for the second out. And here's Freddie Freeman. If we've said it once, we've said it 100 times with regards to the Braves offense. They are going to go collectively how Freddie Freeman goes. And right now the Braves first baseman would be the first to tell you he's not going too good. 163 average with a lot of strikeouts. See if he can tune it up a notch against Harvey.
Well, there are 4 guys in the lineup tonight that have interstate batting averages that start with an I, or 1 if you will. And for Ibar and Freeman, they've got to crank it up a little bit. Kelly Johnson doesn't have that many at bats, nor does Malik Smith.
Freddie checked his swing on a tomahawk high fastball, but it was good enough for a strike. And now Harvey way ahead with the bases empty and 2 out. Popped up. Darno gives chase. He's over in front of the Mets dugout, and he's going to be able to make the play. Did he hang on? Yeah, he did. He fell down, but he made the grab. And the tough times for Freddie Freeman continue in the opening inning. And Harvey touched 95. He's got a strikeout, and he's got a scoreless game as we head to the second. To Jeff Kellogg, the home plate umpire, who was hit on the mask with a foul ball a moment ago. And he's headed back to the umpire's dressing room. Alan Porter also went back. And we might have a change in home plate umpires tonight.
Yeah, it wasn't until between innings that the other umpires converged on him to check him out. And with his mask off, it was obvious that he was not 100%. And you see there that Lance Barksdale's pointing to his collarbone, that maybe the ricochet off the mask onto his collarbone caused some damage. But whatever it was a big jolt. So it's going to take a few minutes for Alan Porter to go in and get his gear on. Off the mask and bang. Right off the shoulder. And yes, he's got chest protector on, and chest protector that goes up over the shoulder pad, over the shoulders, shoulder pads.
Well, we had that picture of Kevin Plawecki earlier this week on a pitched ball from Noah Syndergaard that actually hit the dirt and ricocheted up and hit him in the chest protector. That actually made an indentation in his chest where he was wearing a necklace with a cross.
Right.
I would imagine that the velocity of that ball off Markakis' bat was a lot harder than that, and it may have caught the umpire in a sensitive spot where the padding isn't quite as thick.
Yeah, or just got in between the pads a little bit somehow.
So hopefully Jeff will be all right, but it looks like Alan Porter is going to strap the gear on, and he'll take over behind the plate as we get set for the second inning.
And without knowing, it may be something that Jim Lovell was recommending, either A, go through the concussion protocol, or to have that x-ray to see if it's a collarbone issue.
So while the umpires attend to their colleague Jeff Kellogg, we'll step aside quickly and come back for the second in Atlanta.
Baseball is sponsored by your local Toyota dealers, Let's Go Places, the Georgia Lottery, and Synovus, the bank of here.
Pretty night in Atlanta. Rough start for home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg, who's been knocked from the game after a foul tip off the bat of Nick Markakis. The two remaining umpires await the return of Alan Porter, we believe, who went back to put on his gear. He will take over the ball strike responsibilities here between Bud Norris and Matt Harvey. Big story in baseball last night. Another magnificent performance from Jake Arrieta of the Chicago Cubs with a huge 16-0 lead in Cincinnati. He finished off his second no-hitter in his last 11 starts.
That's not too bad, is it? Former Brave David Ross was his catcher. I'm not sure who was more excited, David or Jake. Just another 16-0 no-hitter, though.
Yeah. Real nail biter.
That's got to be close to a record for runs.
You would think. But there were some pundits in the newspapers today that were saying, you know what, we need to probably start talking about Jake Arrieta in the pantheon of greatest pitchers currently pitching in Major League Baseball. We saw Clayton Kershaw pitch for the Dodgers yesterday. He's state of the art. Madison Bumgarner, Zach Greinke. I don't know if Jake Arrieta gets that same kind of thought process because his success has come in the last 2-3 years as a member of the Cubs, and he's been around a while.
Yeah, it came rather suddenly, really the second half of last season, and he pitched the play-in game against the Pirates and was unhittable. And I think at that point, once they got past the Cardinals, I think he kind of ran out of gas. When they played the Mets and the Mets swept the Cubs, I think Jake Arrieta had kind of bottomed out. But boy, oh boy, did he pitch great baseball last year at the end of the year.
I saw a stat on Arrieta that just was amazing to me. In his last 119 1/3 innings, Jake Arrieta's given up 7 runs.
That's impossible.
And to put that in perspective, David Price the other day for the Red Sox gave up 8 runs in 1 start.
Chip, you were talking a minute ago about the Mets having a different protocol for their starting pitchers in spring training. And Paul Bird's on with us downstairs. Good to see you, Birdie. And you've got more on that for us, don't you?
Well, I appreciate it, guys. I do. And let's face it, when you have a multi-million-dollar arm, the guy that throws in the upper 90s and he's had surgery, and that guy pitches late into the playoffs, you want to protect him. Manager Terry Collins, one of the ways he went about that, and other starters, was to give them their first spring training start off. After that, they worked through spring training, and then at the end of spring training, their last start, and this is very unconventional, Matt Harvey only threw 2 innings. So then when he came out and threw, and I've checked with scouts, they said his stuff is good. He just doesn't look as crisp and late in the games, as you guys have already alluded to. And some people are just wondering if he's still working out some of the kinks that most people do in spring training. So guys, I'm not saying Terry Collins is wrong. We'll see how this pays off and turns around and if he's sharp late in the year. But that is his strategy for taking care of that incredible arm.
Well, let me ask you this, Paul. When you would come out of spring training, did you feel you were at peak stamina in terms of being able to, I mean, your first start of the year, were you ready to go 9?
I wasn't ready to go 9, but they want to, you want to build up your first start. You throw 1 to 2 to 3 innings, and then you usually increase it an inning with every start. Normally, you finish with 6 or 7 innings, and you're ready to go 8. Maybe 9 if you have a low pitch count, but I thought that was really interesting, giving him some time off in the front of spring training and at the end.
Yeah, I would have to think maybe based on that, maybe he's, as you said, working out the kinks a little bit and probably still building up some arm strength.
And this does go back to last year. You recall one of the big stories for the Mets as they were trying to finish off winning the National League East was the concern of Scott Boras as to whether or not Matt Harvey should pitch at all in the playoffs. You remember the innings limits and the like? And Matt Harvey had to come out and say, I want to pitch. And then they had the meetings between Boras and Harvey and the Mets front office trying to figure out innings limits and skipping starts and all of that. At the end of the day, Harvey pitched 178 regular season innings and then another 26 2/3 postseason innings for the Mets. So he's right around 200 innings all combined.
Well, one wouldn't think that would be enough to wear a guy down, even a year and a half removed from his Tommy John surgery. Like I said, a big guy. He's 6'4", 220. So
clearly,
a lot of guys just kind of hanging out, waiting on the umpire to come back out after what appeared to be an injury to Jeff Kellogg on a foul tip.
So, Bertie, you ever have to deal with a situation like this where you've got a long delay? Obviously, it's like, I would assume it's like your offense having a big inning and you got to wait for that.
I have. You treat it like an inning, and you just make sure he's going to go back and throw a couple here. And then you want to make sure that you finish your last couple pitches with some pretty good ump on it so that you're ready to go.
Let me ask you this. In your day, there wasn't QuestTech. Did you have to re-scout or rethink about who the home plate umpire was? The strike zone's a lot more consistent now, or uniform, I guess I should say. So does having Alan Porter behind the plate versus Jeff Kellogg change the way Bud Norris pitches these Mets?
Well, it doesn't change the way you pitch, but, if there is some umpire like a Rapuano who had famous for giving strikes. Yes, you can change your game plan a little bit. I had to factor everything: the wind, the lineup, the umpire, my catcher, my infield, my outfielders. I was just one of those guys that gave up a lot of contact. But yes, the change in the umpire does change the game.
And you didn't even factor in it's Earth Day. I know you would have to take that in consideration too.
Absolutely.
So Alan Porter takes over behind the plate. As soon as we get any information on Jeff Kellogg, we'll pass it along. Hope he's all right. And we are at last ready for inning number 2. Neil Walker leads things off for the Mets. Seems a little different talking about the Mets without Daniel Murphy, but now it's Neil Walker, and frankly, he's hitting like Daniel Murphy, isn't he?
6 homers already. I'd say so. 5 on this trip. And very good luck against Bud Norris.
Walker came to the Mets in a trade for Jonathan Neese, who went to Pittsburgh. Walker a free agent at the end of this season. And that in there with the knees. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Walker was originally a catcher in the Pittsburgh Pirates organization. They converted him to second base in 2007. And he lifts this one to straightaway center, and Malik Smith back a step or 2, makes the play. There's out number 1. That ball went up. I never saw it.
I saw it, and then I didn't take my eyes off of it. It's like the outfielders. You've got to keep your eye on the ball all the time this time of night.
And here's Asdrubal Cabrera. Cabrera had a big year with the Tampa Bay Rays last year. He had 15 homers. Drove in 58, 48 extra base hits. So with the new players the Mets acquired, I think we're sensing a theme. They wanted to make sure their offense stayed high octane after a terrific second half run. Walker, Cabrera, and Cespedes all in Mets colors, and that's a little high. 2 balls and a strike.
And certainly improved their offense at shortstop with Cabrera. And that's not taking anything away from Wilmer Flores, who played real well at shortstop and offensively has a lot of pop in his bat. This guy, day in and day out, very good. I'm sure there are a lot of teams that would like to have Wilmer Flores playing for them as opposed to being a backup for the Mets.
Cabrera walks with 1 out. Third base runner of the night for the Mets. And here's Travis d'Arnaud, who made a fine catch on a Freddie Freeman pop-up a moment ago. Tough play.
Yeah, the one thing he did real well was find the railing and then go around the corner. That was a nice play.
d'Arnaud hasn't gotten in on the hitting fun yet, but he will. Back-to-back years with double-digit home run totals for the Mets.
A very good offensive catcher. Defense at times a little suspect, especially in the throwing department, but he can hit. And we don't know what kind of luck he'll have hitting the ball to shortstop against the Braves now. We know he was 0 for his career hitting the ball to shortstop when Andrelton Simmons was here.
One ball, one strike. That's fouled at third. And the count to d'Arnaud is 2-2. Last Met catcher to have 10 or more homers in back-to-back seasons is a familiar name, like Piazza for New York. And that's off the plate. d'Arnaud was originally drafted by the Phillies. They traded him to Toronto in the Roy Halladay deal. And then he came to the Mets with Noah Syndergaard for R.A. Dickey.
That worked out well for the Mets.
Did it ever. Full count. And lashed foul to the right side. It's still 3-2.
You figure to get a good return for a guy who won the Cy Young Award, as R.A. Dickey had done for the Mets. And I think New York would tell you they're very happy with how that turned out.
That's popped toward right. Long run for Nick Markakis, and he runs out of real estate.
d'Arnaud's brother Chase is playing for the Braves, in the Braves organization at Gwinnett.
Gwinnett's playing in Charlotte tonight. John Gant is pitching for the G-Braves, who lead the South Division of the International League with a 10-5 record. Runner goes, and d'Arnaud sprays it out of play.
We talked about this over the weekend with Tom Glavine on occasion about shifting and pitching to the shift, pitching away from the shift, and what have you. Braves have a shift to the left side on for d'Arnaud, expecting him to try to pull the ball, and they're expecting him to on the ground. But everything from Bud Norris right now in this 3-2 count has been middle of the plate away, and that's all the foul balls going off to the right. Huge hole right side.
And another one. How do you feel about all the shifting we're seeing in baseball? Does it bother you? Do you care? Is it something you saw a lot of when you played?
Yeah, no, not that much, except for excessive cases like a Barry Bonds, as Tom was talking about. I understand that for those guys. David Ortiz, when he comes to town Monday, I would understand it. I think sometimes we get a little too caught up in numbers for the shifting. You know, I'm going to say that about numbers for just about everything. That
right? No, I understand.
Doesn't tell the whole story.
I mean, I understand the philosophy behind it, but that's all predicated on the pitcher making the pitch.
Yes.
And if you don't make the pitch, and that's happened to Bud Norris a couple of times, where players have been shifted, the ball goes to an open hole, and he's looking at the world like, what's going on out here?
And you know what? For a guy like Bud, I would think it would pay dividends, because while he was throwing hard, as you said in the first inning, he's not considered a real power guy. If you got a power pitcher whose command is suspect, and Matt Harvey might be that guy at present, you can't count on him to make the pitches that you need to make if you're overshifting. So a finesse guy, a ground ball guy, okay, I get it. I get it.
Harvey will try to help himself with one out, back-to-back walks. Remember, we had a long delay at the start of the inning with Alan Porter strapping on the umpire's gear behind the plate. And Harvey can't get it down, even count.
He's only had one at bat because his first start was at Kansas City. So there's a DH. His last start was at Cleveland. There's a DH. So he's 0 for 1 and no sacrifices.
He only had one sacrifice last year for the entire year. 1-1 pitch. Swinging that time. And now it's 1-2.
Maybe he only had one last year because he's not very good at it. Maybe that's why they took it off and let him try to swing and put it in play.
He got it down with 2 strikes. Norris is going to third, and he threw it away. And everybody's safe.
It was a hard bunt. AJ was telling him to go to third, and he got in too big a hurry. Backhands it nicely, but short-armed that throw. And fortunately, Ibar was there to back it up, and Cabrera had to go right over the top of Garcia.
So that opens the door for a potential big inning for the Mets, and Curtis Granderson with a base hit his first time up will hit again.
That is the 15th error by the Braves. The Mets have committed 4.
And 12 of those errors have come here at home for Atlanta. A strike to Granderson. Granderson has 8 major league seasons with 20 or more homers, including last year when he blasted 26 of them. Strike 2.
Well, he does a great job of waiting. He has a very wide stance, no stride. Does a real good job of keeping his weight back and waiting on the baseball to react to it. He takes up just about the whole batter's box. Picks that foot up, puts it down real quickly.
Two and 2.
Pitch inning at this point for Bud Norris after the long delay.
2 walks and a throwing error have loaded them up for the Mets. Here it is, and Granderson pulls it foul.
This is kind of what I was talking about with that second Ford key, and that is hang around. Going to have some base runners, but pitch through some of the jams, hang around, and see what happens in the second half of the game with Matt Harvey if he follows what he's been doing.
Granderson might have just broken his bat. Sure sounded like it. And he's going to get a new one. So that's fouled away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
While you were gone, I made a great catch and got a souvenir.
I was going to say it's Pippi Longstocking night at the ballpark. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a rocket hit deep to right. It's a grand slam for Granderson. Another homer for the Mets. Their 20th in 7 games. This one, the Grand Tour.
Boy, did he get up on top of that fastball. A low line shot that hooked into the seats. As I said, Granderson's showing signs of coming around. Came into the game hitting a .175.
So just like that, the Mets have scored 4 times on Curtis Granderson's 3rd homer of the year. A line drive grand slam into the seats in right. And Matt Harvey has a 4-run cushion to play with. 6th career grand slam for Granderson.
Wow. That's why he used to hit him at Yankee Stadium in that short porch.
It's hard for a broadcaster who's never played Major League Baseball to say this, but those are a lot cheaper than the one he just hit.
Yes, they were.
So 4-0 Mets, and that's off the plate. It's 2-2. 54 pitches for Bud Norris, 33 strikes. He got David Wright to chase for the 2nd out.
Keep in mind the Braves bullpen's been pretty taxed in that series with the Dodgers. The Braves had to use 4 relievers in the first game against the Dodgers. They had to use 7 relievers in the 2nd game that went 10 innings, and they had to use 4 more yesterday in a game that went 10 innings.
They do have Casey Kelly down there, who could probably would be the long man tonight. Ryan Weber pitched in long relief earlier on the homestand. I'm sure Freddie would like to lay off of him for at least another day. In fact, before the game this evening, Freddie Gonzalez said Ryan Weber is a possibility to pitch Sunday. That spot has yet to be announced for the Braves. Aaron Blair, who flirted with a no-hitter in his last start at AAA, and Mike Foltynewicz are the other 2 names that are being considered for Sunday. Two balls, no strikes to Michael Conforto, and that found the mark. 2-1.
That's a quick 4 RBIs.
That's hammered toward left, and the grab made by Kelly Johnson, who was fooled for a moment, and that retires the Mets. 2 walks, a pitcher's error, and a line drive grand slam gives New York a big lead. Night, we'll get the Skip and Pete famous calls bobblehead. You don't want to miss out on this one. Visit Braves.com/tickets today. That is a great looking bobblehead. Of course, I'm a little bit biased, but great to hear my dad.
Even if you are, it's great. We can all be a little biased on that. Got somebody trying to do a little dance with the chop there.
So after a 41-pitch second inning, Bud Norris gives up the grand slam to Granderson. Matt Harvey has a 4-run lead.
And it's been a long time since he's been out there. We'll see how it affected him. Those are the mountains just outside the ballpark.
Welcome to Denver. Ball really jumps in this place, as you know, as Adonis Garcia takes a strike. 5 multi-hit games for Adonis, batting .280 for the campaign. It's been approximately 33 minutes between pitches for Matt Harvey in the game.
That's a long time.
With the umpire injury and the Mets' long second.
I would guess that Terry Collins asked for maybe an extra pitch or two instead of the normal 8 that you're allotted between innings. Braves were out for some early fundamental defensive work today. Just ground balls, double plays. Outfielders were taking some ground balls and throws. That error by Bud Norris, the second made by a pitcher. The other one belongs to Tehran. The pitchers were not involved in the fielding practice.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and fouled back to the screen. We'll keep an eye on Harvey. What is it, 40 pitches or so when he starts to fade just a bit?
Yes, that was the number I saw today. And when you look at his numbers that we showed when he first went out tonight, he's given up 1 run in the first inning, none in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and then 2 in the fifth, 6 in the sixth. I don't know how Adonis got a piece of that.
Neither does Harvey. Ooh, that got Alan Porter on the mask. That's 2 direct hits. And a little flare into center. Will drop for the first Braves hit. Good start to the night for Adonis Garcia. That'll bring up A.J. Przinsky.
We've seen several at bats like that from Adonis, where he falls behind early, fouls off some pitches, and then fights something off for a base hit, either to right or center. He's very strong, and even if you jam him, doesn't mean you're going to get an out.
So there's a start. Here's A.J. 4 hits away from 2,000. Ball 1, strike 1 for the Braves catcher.
After all my experience yesterday of operating a camera, Chris Callaway over there at high third, not only is he trying to stay in focus, but dodge a foul ball in the camera well too. Not easy.
I got to tell you, your camera work yesterday was pretty impressive, considering you've had no practice whatsoever.
Well, the funniest part of it all, and thank you, but I was brutal, and I might not ever get the hang of it, but was that Jerry Krause was the operator out there in left field that coaxed me, shall we say, into doing that. And what our director, Mike Miller, did not know is that I was the one on headset and operating the camera. So the camera's panning all over the place. It's just going haywire. And in my headset, I hear Mike going, Jerry, what the heck's going on out there?
1 ball, 2 strikes. And that's sprayed out of play. Well, you did the most important thing. You got a shot of our great stage manager, Ali Treon, doing the Miss America wave.
Yes.
I mean, she was mid-season form.
Yep. Yeah, that paid for my lunch today.
Everything has a price, doesn't it? 1 ball, 2 strikes. And AJ lifts one towards center. Cespedes broke back. Now comes Gallup again. Can't get there and can't barehand it. AJ Pierzynski with a hit. The Braves have 2 in a row to start the second. And Kelly Johnson will step in.
How about those 2 at bats? Fight him off, then hit a Ric Flair. Woo! 1996. Good pitch, too. AJ just spoiled it.
Here's Kelly Johnson. As I mentioned earlier, Kelly, a big part of the Mets' second half surge. Got a chance to get to the World Series. Remember last year when we were flying somewhere and we were talking to Kelly on the plane? It's that time of year where guys on struggling teams and have value wonder, okay, am I going to make it past this night as a member of your club? And Kelly said, I sure hope I'm not traded. Well, sure enough, a couple of hours later he was. And ended up in New York. He said it was an experience I really enjoyed.
Yeah, and when it happened, the Mets weren't in a position to do what they were eventually going to do. So I don't think Kelly was all that fired up about being traded to New York, and it turned out, as you said, to be a great experience and a chance to play in the World Series. And he was a difference maker.
Kelly hit .250 with the Mets, played in 49 games, hit 5 homers for them. And what he said he really liked about New York was actually getting to experience the city as an everyday resident. You know, you fly in, fly out, you're there 3 days, you stick to the hotel in the ballpark. He really enjoyed his time there. But he also said no place like home.
Right. Well, his New York teammates appreciated him too, because when he was taking batting practice today, I was down by the cage and they came over in mass to give him a high five and a hug and find out how he was doing.
Harvey in some trouble, back-to-back hits, and way behind in the count. And that's out of play, foul. This has been the area of Harvey's game where big-time trouble rears its head.
Well, the other part of it too is these are pitch counts where he's usually putting people away, and he hasn't this inning. 464 with runners on.
Base hit to right. Garcia is going to be waved. Granderson playing very deep in right, and the Braves have 3 consecutive singles and are on the board. It's 4-1.
Another high fastball. Bell tie this time. Kelly put a good swing on it. And not only did the Braves have no trouble scoring with Granderson playing that deep, but AJ went first to third.
Here's Eric Ibar. He had a double in the game yesterday against Clayton Kershaw. Batting .158. A strike.
I get a sense, and maybe it's just because of the day he had yesterday with a couple of doubles, including that leadoff double off of Kershaw, that things are coming around for Eric. Watching him take batting practice today too. Watching that section of batting practice seemed like there was batting practice with a purpose, and there were some good rounds in there.
Braves got run back for Bud Norris. 2 on, nobody out. Bottom part of the order up against Matt Harvey. Slash toward left. Conforto charges. He's got it. And AJ was ready to tag, but he's held up. Ibar hit it right on the button, but right at the Mets left fielder for the first out of the inning. And now Malik Smith, the 8th place hitter, is up.
If this were the 8th place hitter that hit that, if Ibar had been the 8th place hitter, it might be different. You might take a chance knowing the pitcher's coming up next. Any other Braves runner at third base, you take a chance because Conforto caught that ball flat-footed and a little bit going backwards. Didn't get much on the throw. Now anything but a double play. Alex came up yesterday, bases loaded, nobody out, struck out, but that was against Kershaw.
David Wright in on the grass, even with the bag at third. Lucas Duda is holding Kelly Johnson at first. That slash to left. Conforto won't get it. That's a fair ball. Another run is in. Kelly on his way to third. The ball gets away from right, and Malik Smith is at second. It's a 4-2 game.
Fastball away. He went with it. Another pitch that was up in the zone, and he painted the chalk. A little bit inside the chalk. I was looking for the third base umpire. There wasn't one because of the injury to Jeff Kellogg. The umpires are working with a 3-man rotation, and it was Alan Porter, the home plate umpire, who made the call, and he was right on it.
5th RBI for Malik Smith, and now Bud Norris can help himself. 2nd and 3rd, 1 out, 2 runs in on 4 Braves hits. And Matt Harvey having all kinds of trouble with base runners on. Ball 1. And here we are at the 40 pitch mark. Norris punts. The ball dies. Harvey's got it. Throw to the first base bag. Walker just got there ahead of the Atlanta pitcher who wants to review it.
Bud Norris is wanting a review. Terry Pendleton's not really echoing that. Freddie Gonzalez will wait on his report from the clubhouse. I think Walker's foot slid into the bag in time. When the ball went down on the bunt, Malik Smith was about halfway to third base. He had to retreat because Kelly Johnson didn't come in.
So Nick Markakis with 12 RBIs, hits with 2 on, 2 out, and 2 in. He's the lone strikeout victim of Matt Harvey tonight. And Nick's work is our Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot feature.
Kind of like this opportunity then, even with 2 out.
best pitch of the night from Harvey.
No doubt. And location. 96 tied him up. Got 2 of those 4 back. Chance to even it up.
The 1-2 pitch is skied out of play.
So here we go again. Is he going to be able to put him away after getting ahead in the count?
He saved his best fastballs from Markakis. He's thrown 3 of them at 96 miles an hour in this at bat. Strike 3, bell tie inside corner, and Harvey's out of the second inning. But the Braves score 2 on 4 hits. We head to inning number 3. The Braves have cut the Mets lead in half. It's now a 4-2 score. The Delta Airlines get us from city to city. We've got the Mets and the Red Sox in town on this homestand yet. After the game on Tuesday night, we'll be flying to Boston. Braves play the Red Sox in a 2-game home and home series. Atlanta got 2 runs back in the second inning. An RBI double from Malik Smith scored the second Braves run. Now Bud Norris to work in the third inning after throwing 41 pitches in the second. And Cespedes skies one out of play for strike 1. Cespedes had a flair for the entertaining this spring. Arrived to Port St. Lucie each day in all manners of vehicular conveyance. My particular favorite, though, was one day he showed up on horseback.
And it was the least expensive of the others that conveyed him to the ballpark, unless it was Secretariat's offspring.
He's going to fly out to right, and there's out number 1. I mean, that's pretty fancy. It's not too shabby. Not sure about that one or that one. That'll work. There you go. Hi-ho, Silver away.
Well, looking at that array, I think the third and the fourth car, I guess you need 2 of those.
Oh, yeah.
Just in different colors.
Right. You can't say I'm going to take one for a rainy day. There's no top on either one of them.
That one.
Yeah.
That's a three-wheeler, by the way. Couldn't afford the fourth wheel by the time he got through. And that one, that also appears to be a three-wheeler, but again, yeah, I guess you need two of those. One would assume.
I've got you pegged for the red one. Kind of Oklahoma colors, sorta. As Lucas Duda puts it into the shift, Ibar almost fell over, but he hangs on to make the play, and there's the second out very quickly here in the Mets' third.
I would say more like the pickup or the horse would be more along my lines.
No, I agree about it. If you had to choose between the three wheelers.
Oh, between the three wheelers, of course, yeah. I wonder how fast you can go in reverse in that three-wheeler.
You'd be shaking and shimmying all around, wouldn't you? You walk with the batter with bases empty.
One of the sales pitches always, it turns on a dime.
Walker flied out in the New York second. 4-2. Mets have the lead. And it's a little inside. Mets have some work to do if they're to repeat in the division. As Joe mentioned, the Nationals are red hot. Start the year. 2-out hit to Walker. And Washington's winning again. They've got Minnesota in town. And the Nationals with an 11-4 record. The second best record in baseball. Behind the Cubs, who are 12-4. They're winning 8-1 over the Twins today. Things have not gone well for Minnesota this year. They're 5-11.
I thumped the Brewers yesterday, though. Thought maybe offensively they were getting on track. But it's a different animal when you go to Washington versus Milwaukee.
Here's Cabrera. He picked up the first of 2 consecutive walks last inning and scored on a Curtis Granderson grand slam. That's rolled to the right side and gloved and flipped to first. That takes care of the Mets, but Norris has an easy inning. Rays bats come up, down a pair.
I gotta say this, Matt Harvey, out of the stretch, hitters are hitting 464, 189 out of the windup. we got to get this guy in the stretch, guys. And if you heard Joe and Chip talking about it earlier, such an enormous difference. And I have to tell you guys, as a pitcher, something I learned in Atlanta was that starting pitchers throw about 70% of the game out of the stretch. They make their most important pitches out of the stretch. So I learned to throw in my bullpens about 80 to 90% out of the stretch, because that's the place you're supposed to be the most comfortable. Guys, we got to get somebody on base and test him again.
Sure worked out well in the second. Braves scored twice on 4 hits. And there isn't the same aura of invincibility when you look at Matt Harvey right now. Tough to have that when you're 0-3 with an ERA pushing 6.
That was a good slider. But to this point, he hasn't thrown many good sliders. And if you're able to eliminate one of his better pitches, one of his strikeout pitches especially, then he's at a disadvantage on that fastball all of a sudden.
Let me ask you and Paul a question. If Matt Harvey's having trouble pitching out of the stretch and he's having trouble executing his pitches with runners on out of the stretch, why would he not pitch with the bases empty out of the stretch to see if he can find something in live game action? Is that a consideration?
Well, I think that's a good question. You certainly do have to find it. They talk about him possibly doing something mechanically wrong out of the stretch, dropping on his back leg a little bit more. So that's something that he's trying to do, is stay taller out of the stretch. But yes, you do have to figure it out. And one of the things I think of, Chip, is
that was a tough sequence.
One of the things I think of is, well, you know, if you pitch so much out of the stretch, why don't you throw the whole game out of the stretch so that you're the most comfortable? But out of the windup, you usually get a little bit more momentum with your body. Nobody's on first, so you don't have to rush. And so usually it equates to a little bit better stuff out of the windup, but you do bring up a good point.
Well, it just struck out Daniel Castro. Now Freddie Freeman bats. Freddie popped to the catcher. Nice play by Darno, who had to navigate the on-deck circle, the corners, and the camera well to haul it in. And no swing for Freeman. 1 ball, 1 strike. High fly ball center. Cespedes on the run, shy of the track, and makes the catch for out number 2.
That had a good sound to it. Got under it a little bit. But anytime Freddie's hitting the ball to left center, that's a good sign.
Adonis had a nice at bat to start the Braves second. Fouled off a pitch that we don't know how he did it, and then singled and scored.
One of the other things I was told about Harvey when he would go into these funks late in his start in the 4th inning on was that his arm angle was changing. Now the pitch before, 96 for a strike, good pitch. That one was almost like the arm got out away from his shoulder a little bit and he pulled it over to the left-handed batter's box. Not a good pitch.
Two balls, 2 strikes. A.J. Pierzynski's on deck. 4-2, New York leads. Sharply hit, and Duda was in perfect position, and that retires the Braves in order. Bottom part of the order up for the Mets. We head to the 4th. Tonight's SunTrust Moments That Matter.
Struck him out. There it is. Career strikeout number 3,000 for John Smoltz. History in Atlanta. And the congratulations from Brian McCann. That ball ticketed for Cooperstown, and someday so's that man.
Luke Shamby with the historic call for John Smoltz, who struck out Felipe Lopez of the Nationals for a magical strikeout number 3,000. And John's here tonight. He's at the ballpark.
It's like he could still go out and pitch too. Although he's wearing his shirt tail out, so I don't know if that's hiding something or not.
Travis d'Arnaud leads off as the Mets come a calling in the 4th inning. Another strike from Norris. It's 0-2. Of course he's a Smoltz fan. Pan up. There you go. There's John. He's going to be removing the 3 on the scoreboard, or excuse me, on the wall next to the scoreboard in left. He's got a tough act to follow.
A lot of pressure. I was feeling it with Eddie Perez having done it a couple of days before me.
Well, luckily you had a lot of people guiding you through the entire process, so there was no margin for error.
It's pretty hard to go wrong when you've got like 5 people telling you what to do, to walk up and do some peeling. And I tried to tell John that tonight. I didn't realize it was so difficult.
Well, you made it look easy, almost effortless. Ground ball to 3rd, and a long throw to 1st, scooped out by Freddie Freeman. And there's the first out of the inning. And Matt Harvey is coming up. I'm sure many fans saw the article in the newspaper talking about the supposed complaints about the Braves infield and about the condition of the field. It's unfortunate that that took place, and where those comments came from. Many of them came from the Dodgers, who just left town after Seager and Turner had some trouble on the left side of the infield. Ed Mangan is maybe the best groundskeeper in professional sports, and we joke about Ed and how much care and how many hours he puts in to make this field as pristine as it can possibly be. The joke is he cares so much about the field, he names each of the blades of grass out there.
Knows him personally.
But he and his crew do a magnificent job of getting this field ready for play, but it's not easy to make this place pristine until it gets hot in Atlanta. So, Paul, there's a story within this story about the condition of the field and why some of the players don't understand why it's playing the way it is, right?
Well, there is, and before I say anything, I talked to the Braves players, the infielders in particular, who were very upset that the story came out because they said it's not true. Ed Magna, as you said, is always accountable. He's the best grounds crew in the game. He is the field coordinator for Super Bowls. He's incredible. And the Braves players, including Kelly Johnson, said, Paul, if we had a problem, we would just go straight to him. Kelly, having played over 10 years in the big league, said a lot of fields have issues this time of year in April because it's not hot yet. And so you need certain grass to come in. And he said this is something that's very common, but the field is in okay shape and they know that it's going to get better. And if we did our numbers correctly, the Braves at home had 3 fielding errors, 1 from Ibar, 2 from Garcia. They really felt it was sour grapes on the Dodgers' part for making some errors when they came to town here, and they took out some frustration. The story just simply was not true. Ed Magnan hurt by this allegations, but he just met with everybody right away and said, with no arrogance, if there's a problem, I'll take care of it.
And that's always the way it's been. If any of the players went to Ed with a question or a need, he is on it quickly. He fixes it. He takes care of it. And I hurt for him that it's come out this way. I don't understand why the Dodgers manager prolonged it by commenting on it again today, when he could have just said, you know what, we're never going to have to play here again. We won 2 out of 3 and on to Colorado. That's all he had to say.
Right.
And I appreciate what Chase Utley said, that he said, I think we played that bad a defense. Can't defend that, though.
Wow. Curtis Granderson's hit his second home run in the game. A tape measure shot to right. That's 21 homers for the Mets on the road trip.
And I'm sorry I was talking over the top of that pitch, but I get a little ticked off at the criticism being leveled at the field, especially when there were a couple of plays made by Dodgers infielders on the left side that were less than fundamentally sound, and then they took cause with the field instead of saying, I didn't really get in front of that ball and I kind of olayed it. Whatever the case, I thought that was misplaced.
David Wright's the batter. And Freddie Gonzalez talked about this before the game, and Freddie was kind of trying to laugh it off in this regard. He said, look, I'm not a botanist or an agronomist, but there is a reason why the field is the way that it is. And it has to do with the hybrid blend of grass, right, Paul?
That is correct. And I would love to be able to pronounce the name, but I butchered it so many times. I'm going to kick that up to our resident horticulturalist and expert in grass, Joe Simpson, who made note already that it's Earth Day.
Yeah, it's true. I'm married to a master gardener. That's the only reason I know, Paul.
Gotcha.
Paspalum.
I like it.
Paspalum grass.
And paspalum cannot be overseeded with ryegrass, which comes in early, as Bermuda can in the outfield. So the infield is going to get better. It just needs to get a little bit hotter, and it needs to stay consistently hot at night for a few more days. And all of a sudden, everybody will be happy.
And the dirt will compact as well. Dirt on the infield.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And that takes care of David Wright. But a huge night for Curtis Granderson. 2 homers and all 5 Mets RBIs. And it's now a 3-run game. Congratulations. Curtis Granderson with a big night. He's accounted for all of the Mets RBIs. A.J. Pierzynski is going to lead things off in the Braves' 4th. And there you see A.J. closing in on 2,000 hits. And amazingly, Johnny Bench.
That's good company.
And A.J. strokes one into center. That'll get down. That's 2 hits tonight. we go again for Harvey. Immediately back in the stretch.
2 more hits for AJ to get to 2,000. He needs 11 more games to get to 2,000 games played. So we'll see if that work out of the stretch is problematic again.
That's out of play. And Kelly now at even count. Friday night fireworks night here at Turner Field. Nice crowd has turned out for the Braves and Mets. And that's hit to the left side. And a fan from Willacoochee, Georgia, where Greg Walker lives, in the offseason made that catch.
They're all friends and family down there. So Greg knows those people.
Well, Greg and Carmen are doing great.
You know they are.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And a little low. It's 2-2. Matt Harvey, 1-2 lifetime against the Braves, a .275 earned run average. He leads 5-2 on a huge night from Granderson. And a swing and a miss. That goes back to the screen. Kelly goes back to the dugout. And Harvey has his 4th strikeout.
Change up. That's why he was reaching and extending, and now the bat slipped out.
I don't think he's thrown many of those tonight. That might have been his first. Good time for it. And here's Eric Ibar. He lined to left his first time. To second. Bobbled, dropped, recovery, and out at first. Walker had about 3 different plays to make. And finally he was able to recover in time to get Ibar at first. Brzezinski to second, but 2 out.
He's just popped out of his glove, then popped out of his bare hand. But got him out. Braves have a guy in scoring position to get that run back from the home run again by Granderson.
Alex Smith is the hitter. If he can keep the inning alive, the Braves are going to take Bud Norris out of the game. Jace Peterson's on deck. And a little late. Strike 1. 6 hits from Alex, 3 of them doubles this year.
Question: has he been hitting with a double flap helmet?
This is the first time that I've noticed it.
I think tonight's the first time, and I wonder if that's something because of they have to wear double flap helmets in the minor leagues. If it's something he just said, I'm going to go back to because I'm more comfortable with it.
When he first came up, for a split second, I thought that was Juan Pierre. Very youthful face with a larger helmet.
And maybe because his helmet's been flying off and we saw the cut on his first game, I wonder if with the double flap, if it stays on better.
It's a good question. Alex got hurt in his first game up in Washington when the helmet flew off and bounced off the base and cut him open. Needed 5 stitches to close that cut up at Nationals Park. When he figures it out up here, he is going to be fun to watch. Already love watching him run the bases. Let's see what he does with a 1-2 count. And he got hit. Wow, there's a break. Malik Smith hit by a pitch. And now Jace Peterson's going to be summoned.
Fastball off the rib cage and back of the arm.
So Bud Norris out after 88 pitches.
Casey Kelly loosening up.
Jace has been swinging it better lately. Let's see what he does with 2 outs. Kid, just pretend they're loaded.
Right.
One ball, no strikes. Even though the Braves have not hit many home runs this year, in fact, they've hit just 3, they're still doing a great job of putting the ball in play with runners in scoring position. They're hitting over 300 as a team in these situations.
Yeah, one of the best marks in baseball. And it's a good thing with their lack of power. 2 of those 3 home runs came in game 1.
High fly to right. But Park's going to hold it. Granderson back a step or 2. And that retires the side. No runs, a hit, 2 men left. We're off to the 5th. Fans, we hope you'll join us after the game on Braves Live. We'll recap all of tonight's Game 1 action against the Mets. We'll hear from Freddie Gonzalez and tonight's game participants. Braves Live after our game presented by Xfinity. Christina Fitzpatrick hosting tonight. Great to have Christina back with us here at Turner Field tonight as we say hello to Casey Kelly, who's making his Atlanta debut tonight.
He came over from the Padres in the deal for Christian Bethancourt in December. 2 appearances with Gwinnett, both starts, and the last one was really good. 7 innings of shutout baseball. Gave up 4 hits, a walk, 4 strikeouts.
He's a starting pitcher by trade. He's only made 1 relief appearance in the big leagues. That was last September in Colorado, where he went 2 innings. And he'll face Conforto, Cespedes, and Lucas Duda in the Mets' 5th. As Joe said, the Braves bullpen has worked a lot lately, but Kelly can pitch 3 effective innings or more if needed.
I haven't noticed. Did Bethancourt make the Padres ball club?
I looked at his stats about a week ago. He played in 1 game.
Okay.
With the big league team. I think he had a couple of hits. As that one's grounded foul. And out of play. I know that Melvin Upton obviously made their team. He's been batting cleanup for San Diego.
Yeah, he's off to a good start.
Kelly's 6'3", 215 pounds. And gives up a rocket to second. Wow. Castro stayed with that big hop and threw out Conforto.
The ball he hit up the middle that went right by the foot of Bud Norris in the first inning was 102 miles an hour off the bat. The so-called exit speed.
Right. We talked about him last year. The ball does jump off his bat. And he's the kind of player the Mets really need to hit. Not just offensively, but to be a big hit for their franchise.
Yeah.
They did re-sign Yoenis Cespedes to a 3-year deal, but he has the option to opt out of that contract at the end of this season. That was kind of the rage this offseason with several free agent signings, including Jason Hayward of the Cubs. They signed long-term contracts, but they all have opt-outs. That's out of play foul. That last ball off the bat of Conforto rocketed to second at 112 miles an hour.
Kind of like one of your old fastballs.
No balls, 2 strikes. And that's driven to center. Alex Smith right at the 400 mark. And Cespedes is 0 for 3. 2 outs for Lucas Duda. Julius Chassin and Steven Matz pitch here tomorrow night. Hope you make your plans to join us. Well, Julius has been a very bright spot for the Braves. And Steven Matz, another one of the Mets' young guns, a left-handed pitcher who's from the New York area. He's off to a bit of a slow start. First pitch 7:10 tomorrow night. And a strike to Duda. Braves try to keep him from hitting a home run tonight. He's done that in the last 3 Mets games. And Kelly is throwing strike after strike.
Didn't realize this, but Casey Kelly's got quite a pedigree in baseball too. His dad was Pat Kelly, who played in the big leagues for a dozen or so years. Started out with the Blue Jays.
Rolled over a breaking ball.
His uncle Mike Kelly played 6 years in the big leagues, and he has a brother and a cousin who are both in minor league baseball.
That's lined into center field with 2 strikes. And Lucas Duda picks up the 6th Mets hit of the game.
Yeah, it was a little too good of a pitch in that count. Target was inside, trying to run that 2-seamer back over the inside corner, but instead it ran back to the middle of the plate.
Neil Walker 1 for 2. I think this guy toiled in relative anonymity as a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates. No offense to the Pirates or their fans or their organization, but obviously they don't get the same media attention as a team in New York will get. This guy's a good player. And playing on a good team in New York. Will start to get his due in a very important season for him. As I mentioned earlier, it's his walk year. He's a free agent.
And he is a guy who goes to the post every day too. Played in 151 games last year for the Pirates. Only made 7 errors.
Told the story before. His dad, I believe, was a Pirate and was scheduled to fly to Nicaragua with Roberto Clemente on that fateful plane ride to take relief supplies for the earthquake that took place. Of course, that plane crashed. Roberto Clemente was so tragically taken too soon. But for a twist of fate, Neil Walker's dad was encouraged to stay home. Grew up in Pittsburgh, was born to be a Pirate, but now is a New York Met.
Yeah, it was a first-round pick of the Pirates back in '04, and was a catcher. They converted him to a middle infielder.
Worked for Craig Biggio, and it's worked for Neil Walker. 3-1 count, and back to the screen. It's now 3-2. It's always interesting when a team wins a division for the first time in a long time, how they react the following season. The National League East was supposed to have been won last year by the Washington Nationals. That obviously didn't happen. Now the big bullseye is on the backs of the Mets, as that one's caught in left, and that takes care of New York. Casey Kelly, a successful debut for the Braves. Top of the order coming up for Atlanta. It starts with Nick Markakis, down 5-2. About the talent in the Braves farm system. Some of that was on display last night.
Dansby Swanson with a drive to center field that turned into an inside the park home run. Standing up, no less. I'd say he's off to a good start and has no business in A ball.
He's only hitting .344. He's also stolen 4 bases for the Carolina Mudcats.
That one's a head scratcher for me.
Swanson, a college player, starting at Carolina.
Yeah, I don't get that. He's not an A-ball player.
Well, he keeps that up. He may not be for long. Ozzie Albies is at AA Mississippi. He's hitting .350 for the Mississippi Braves. Dustin Peterson, who Jock Jones told you can really swing the bat.
Yes.
He's got a couple of homers and has knocked in 8 runs for the Mississippi Braves. And keep your eye on Rio Ruiz. But he was the third baseman that came over in the Evan Gattis deal from Houston. Rio had kind of a middling year last year.
So, yeah.
Well, he's hitting .377 this year, and he's hit another homer tonight for Gwinnett. And I believe he's made just one error in the first 16 games at AAA.
Can't wait to see them all.
Outside to Markakis, who has struck out twice. 2-2 as we hit the Braves' fifth. Joe Simpson, Paul Bird, Chip Carey with you from Turner Field.
You saw a note today that Michael Bourne has signed a contract.
Yeah, Michael Bourne, who was let go by the Braves, signed a minor league contract with the Toronto Blue Jays.
You just lost a guy to a suspension.
Chris Colabello was suspended 80 games today by Toronto. And I couldn't agree with Freddie Gonzalez more. The business of baseball is what got Michael Bourne, who was one of the best guys, in my opinion, that I ran into in that locker room. A terrific player, terrific teammate from all accounts, and a wonderful human being. I'm happy he's landed on his feet with the Jays. And that just missed. Full count. And Markakis takes a walk. Oh, Harvey wanted that pitch. He thought that was pretty good. So a good start for the Braves, and it's time for our cold hard facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light.
First three starts, not getting a whole lot of run support. 5.71 ERA. His first three starts last season, a 3-0 record, getting 9 runs of support. Gee, not hard to figure out how that, what the difference is there.
Yeah. Here's Castro, and fouled away. If Matt Harvey wanted to work on his game out of the stretch, he certainly had plenty of practice tonight. Other than the first and third innings, where he worked 1, 2, 3 frames, he faced 7 hitters in the second inning, faced 5 hitters in the fifth. And barring a double play, he's going to face at least 4 here in the fifth inning. Ripped into the upper deck. Fan from Tolliver, Georgia, made the catch.
Where's that?
South Georgia. Now to spell it?
I do not.
T-A-L-I-A-F-E-R-R-O, pronounced Tolliver. An old journalism professor at UGA, Bill Martin. May he rest in peace. Taught me that pitch. When you first move down here, you see H-O-U-S-T-O-N. You think it's Houston, right? They'll give you unsweet tea if you pronounce that wrong down there. It's Houston.
How about when your dad was quick to help me out on tequila?
1 ball, 2 strikes. And a little chopper foul.
I think I had everything but tequila working.
Right. Yep. So we had a good fielding crowd tonight. Fans from Tolliver and Willacoochee. They've seen the ball fly out twice by the Mets. Curtis Granderson, a big night. And the 1-2 pitch. Good eye. 2-2. Leadoff walk for Nick. Wheel holds into the bag. And you can see what Castro's trying to do. He's trying to hit it the other way.
And he's still battling, and Harvey can't put guys away like he's used to doing because That slider's not quite the pitch it has been for him.
Popped him up. Cabrera drifts back at shortstop. He'll have plenty of room. And there's the first out. Well, here we are. This is game number 16. We're 1/10 of the way through the championship season. Freddie Freeman has 1 homer, 4 RBIs, and has struck out 16 times in 51 at bats. Shift on for him. And took a shot to left and fouled it away.
So when we say it's time to get it going, it's time to get it going. There are some who say, especially about a young player, you know, I'll have a better determination about what we're seeing after 100 at bats. But with Freddie, we know what to expect. So even well shy of 100 at bats, we know there's some scuffling going on. Ansel Robles throwing in the Mets bullpen here in the 5th.
One ball, 2 strikes. Well, hopefully the Mets are the right team at the right time for the Braves first baseman. Here's our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard.
A lot of similarities between what he and Chipper have done in their careers against the New York Mets. Chipper, the all-time Mets killer.
And a swing and a miss. Harvey struck him out. That's 5 for Matt Harvey. And 2 are out.
He did exactly what d'Arnaud wanted him to do. Look at this target. High target. Put it right there. Put it above his hands, and Freddie couldn't catch up, couldn't get on top of it.
That was just a big league pitch by a guy with a great arm.
Yeah.
So 2 outs. Adonis Garcia hits. And Sky's 1 out of play.
So we're 2 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Between innings, there will be a number peeled off out there in left field. So let me just give you a little insight of what's going on back there backstage a little bit.
Yeah.
Nothing but instructions.
This is like behind the music on MTV, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Behind the curtain. There's a checklist going on that involves. Now, when the corners are peeled down, what you will do is grab the corner and, along with one of the girls, help pull it down. But what we want you to do is we're going to have to hustle out there, and you're going to have to get out there quickly, as being demonstrated there.
Yeah, it looked like there was a stance involved.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a crossover step.
Crow hop? Do you have to crow hop too?
It probably would have helped. Get them off your back. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
See, John's nodding. Yes, I know. Okay. See the note there on the pole? That's just a little reminder. We only have 1 crack at this.
That's a good point. Yeah. Don't want to. What happens if you go to 71?
Well, there is. See, yesterday was a warm day, so the plastic number kind of heated up a little bit. So there's a fear that you might pull down 2 because it might stick together. So so you had to be careful.
Hey, look at that at bat by Garcia. He singles up the middle with 2 strikes. And the Braves will bring the tying run to the plate.
Another great at bat by Adonis, spiting up pitches and spoiling a good pitch, just as he did his first time up.
That's what Freddie Gonzalez said about him. Obviously, he's had his defensive issues. Freddie was asked after the game yesterday, what's Adonis Garcia's natural position? And he said, he's a hitter.
He's a hitter. Ricky Bonas is the acting pitching coach for the Mets. He's come in from the bullpen where he normally works, because we'd like to send along our sympathies and condolences to the family of Dan Warthen, the pitching coach for the Mets. He lost his mom, and he is away for his mom's funeral. Not sure if he'll be here for this series or not, but our sympathies to the Warthen family.
Big night for A.J. Pierzynski. He's 2 for 2. Tell you what, the Braves catchers have turned it up a notch or two. Both Tyler Flowers and A.J. are having a good hitting homestand. Hits are even at 6. And the first is off the plate. Harvey now has hit triple digits in pitches. Line drive, base hit. That'll get down. Here comes Markakis around third. Throw to the plate is in time, and the tag applied by d'Arnaud. A.J. Pierzynski with a single to center. Markakis came around third, and d'Arnaud applied the tag in time to end the Atlanta fifth.
On the fly and on the money from Cespedes.
That's a heartbreaker. The Braves can't pull a run closer. We're through 5, and John Smoltz, the stage is yours. The performances of players on the field. Joe, what do you think about John Smoltz and his form in counting the number down to 72 left here at home?
No, when you think about all of his arm injuries and surgeries, I thought it was very smooth when you take that in consideration. I mean, by comparison, well, I think I did pretty good compared to Hall of Famer.
Yeah, what
you think about it?
Yeah, I mean,
but I come from a long line of peelers.
Well, it showed. It was a magnificent performance. Arguably the highlight of the day for the Braves.
Could have been. Yeah.
So Casey Kelly goes back to work here in the 6th. John's going to join us in the booth. Can't wait for that. Got to ask him about his accordion playing on the MLB Network the other day.
Yeah, I want him to
and I'll ask him about it. We can. About maybe coming out to play God Bless America on the accordion sometime.
That's a good idea. Or the anthem.
Yeah.
Maybe he could do both. And peel a number 2. I mean, if he's here and he gets a luxury suite, got to get our money's worth out of the guy, don't you think?
No question. No question.
There's d'Arnaud. He's walked, scored, and grounded out. Popped up. Freddie Freeman, plenty of room. He's got it. And 2 are out. This will be Eric Campbell. So the night is done for Matt Harvey. Big sigh of relief for the Mets. He went 5, threw a lot of pitches, gave up 2 runs, had a lot of base runners, struck out 5. How would you evaluate Matt Harvey tonight?
I pitched a lot better than what we'd read about him, what we'd heard about the way he had worked. Much better tonight. Step in the right direction, I'm sure, where the Mets are concerned. A few more strikeouts too.
Yeah, he struck out 5 after having 9 in total coming into play tonight in all of his starts combined. Harvey walked a man, hit a man, and surrendered just 2 runs.
Good work so far by Casey Kelly. Been sitting around 89, 90.
And Campbell drives 1 to center. That's pretty well hit, but Malix should catch it. And he does. Kelly has been impressive. He's given up 1 hit in 2 innings of relief. A 10-pitch 6th. Thank you very much. Can't wait to see you at the ballpark. Good luck to the Hawks. Hopefully they can rally at the TD Garden in Boston. Hopefully the Braves can rally here at home. as they trail 5-2 entering the bottom of the 6th inning. This is Antonio Bastardo.
We've seen Antonio in this division before with the Phillies. Comes to New York this year, and he's done so far so good against lefties. He's been brought in to pitch to him. They're 0 for 7 against him.
And a strike to Kelly, and the home 6th is underway. Kelly, an RBI hit against Harvey. He's also struck out. And he was fooled there. It's 0-2.
And that's a key for Bastardo with the lefties. That breaking ball takes a little off after throwing his fastball in the low to mid 90s. That slider down in the low 80s.
And Alan Porter is the man behind the plate. Jeff Kellogg was hit on the mask and the left shoulder on a foul ball off the bat of Nick Markakis in the very first at bat in the Braves' first inning. Kellogg had to leave. Porter took over. We have 2 field umpires and Porter behind the plate. And no update on Jeff, and if he's still at the ballpark, hope he's doing all right.
Yeah, I hope they got him checked out and everything's okay.
But Alan Porter's had a good night behind the plate. Hardly a complaint. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he's run it full for the Braves left fielder Kelly Johnson. Ibar and Smith, and then Casey Kelly's spot scheduled for the Braves. Strike 3. Kelly was hoping for a reprieve, but he's rung up. 1 man down.
Like he burned him with a fastball and one of those too close to take.
Eric Ibar's 0 for 2. He's lined out and grounded out.
Kelly not a switch hitter, having to face him left-handed, but Ibar is a switch hitter.
Yeah, well, maybe Kelly should turn around and hit right-handed against a guy like Bastardo.
It was suggested earlier this year, but
you know, you just have those senior moments from time to time. I walked up to Kelly after I said, you know, I said a lot of stupid stuff before, but that might be at the top of the list. And he said, just so you know, scouting report. And of course, I looked at Kelly with eyes wide open. He said, total deadpan. I'm going to stay left-handed the rest of the year, just so you know. So be prepared. One ball, 1 strike. And that's served down the right field line and into the seats.
And with the work of Granderson tonight, what Cespedes and Conforto have already been doing, it doesn't leave much playing time for Juan Lagares, who is arguably one of the best center fielders in baseball. He won a Gold Glove 2 years ago. Last year had some elbow and arm problems. It kind of knocked him out of the lineup at times. He's another guy a lot of teams would love to have in their lineup every day playing center field.
Cespedes on the run, still going back onto the track. He's got it. 2 down. And while the Mets are glad to have Cespedes back for the obvious benefit he gives them both offensively and defensively, in a way I think his contract kind of hamstrings New York
with the opt-outs.
Exactly. What better insurance policy to have than Juan Lagares, not only for injury this year, but if Cespedes decides to opt out and go play somewhere else, well, they can just plug Lagares back in and let him roam center field every day.
That's a good point. Very good. But they've got some solid depth on their bench, both for the infield with Flores and Lagares in center.
Alex showed bunt. He's reached twice in tonight's game, an RBI double in the second, and he was hit with 2 outs by a Matt Harvey pitch.
Nobody's hit a ground ball to third base yet, so David Wright's arm hasn't really been tested. We saw last year at the end of the year he was having a hard time kind of throwing a Ryan Zimmerman type lollipop over to first base, so even with 2 out, not a bad idea to test him.
A 2-homer night for Curtis Granderson, the offensive story for New York. 21 homers on the road trip by the Metropolitans. And here's the 1-2 pitch. And a late swing and a miss. Mallix is retired. Bastardo works a perfect inning. Or she was there the night John Smoltz peeled the number 3.
Great job.
Nicely done.
Well, you know, I had thoughts of taking it and running on the field, but only bad things could happen there.
Like a streamer.
Yeah, like throwing a cape over me, but I didn't want to steal any more, you know, of the scene.
Now, Joe was talking about yesterday when he pulled the number 4 off the scoreboard, that there was a lot of instruction. There was a lot of very specific instructions, methodology on how to do the feat correctly. Did you have that kind of a
No,
process?
I think they're pretty confident in the fact that the very little information they gave me that I'd be able to accomplish it. You know, I understand they probably thought because the producer's always in your guys' ear that maybe that's what they wanted. You know, that's what you wanted.
No, I think after yesterday, they got a clear idea that maybe they didn't need to do that anymore.
But you're here for a reason. This is a very special day for you. We showed our fans at home the great video of the night you picked up your 3,000th Major League strikeout. Felipe Lopez of the Washington Nationals.
That was a day that if everybody knew what my thought process coming in, it was furthest thing from my mind to get 3,000 strikeouts.
Really?
Yeah.
As this one's popped up by Granderson, the Braves finally retire him.
My shoulder was basically, I was trying to figure out how do I get through the year, because it was really starting to get to a point where game to game to game, and then obviously I only pitched a couple games after that. But once I got in the moment and the adrenaline started hitting, I got that. The second strikeout, I think I ended up with 10. I was losing 1-0. Shortly afterwards, the next day, trying to use a utensil was not. I couldn't even pick up a fork. I knew I was on borrowed time. So coming to the park, I didn't even everybody was talking about 3,000, and all my mind was trying to get through the game. And I got to admit, it was the coolest thing in the world once it happened. You know, I didn't quite know what to do, but I wanted to just continue the game.
I didn't see your whole career here, but in thinking about the way you pitched, one of the things that I think is underappreciated about your skill on the mound was your ability to improvise.
Yeah.
We know you had a big arm. We know you had a great slider and a fastball. Very competitive player, but to be able to pitch like you did in situations where you weren't 100%, you'd still go out there and find a way to make things happen. As that ball's hammered to right by Wright. Markakis can't get it. It's over his head and off the bullpen fence for a double for David Wright.
You know, it was a different philosophy back then, right? I mean, they didn't have maybe the overcare that exists today, and there were times I questioned my own sanity, but everything that I did had a calculated risk. I always sought out the doctors. I always sought out any way that I could get out there and be effective. I felt like I could do that, and you know, I wish it was more prototypical to being healthier. But when I think about 21 years and 6 surgeries, I really missed the most minimal time you could miss, with one of those years being Tommy John surgery. But I don't regret anything and any path I took. It just with times where I would go home and go, is it worth it? And ultimately getting through that emotion ultimately was worth it. Thankfully, I didn't quit after my Tommy John in 34, which really emotionally I was ready to quit, because the pain gets to the point where it doesn't even it's not even believable anymore. You know, you just go, this can't be. So I was lucky enough to override my pain with power, and that helped.
Well, it's ironic that you mentioned that, because when I was analyzing your ability to pull the number off tonight, I actually said, you know, given all of your arm injuries, that was fairly significant.
Yeah, I'm telling you. When I wake up in the morning and I can't feel my left shoulder, my right shoulder, there is overhead activities are not fun right now.
Fly ball to center by Conforto. That ball carries to the warning track, and Malik Smith makes the grab. There's the second out. So here we go. This is Peel-a-Palooza. We've got John Smoltz on the right, Joe Simpson on the left.
That was pretty smooth. Why did they put all that glue behind yours?
It was hot.
Oh, it was sticking a little.
It was sticky.
I gotcha.
I had to be careful that I didn't pull off your number.
We would have had a big problem if that had happened.
Oh gosh.
Here's Cespedes. Well, you've watched the Braves. You follow them obviously from New York with your duties with the MLB Network. Here we are, as I said to Joe, we're 1/10 of the way into the season. Obviously, nobody's happy with a 4-11 record, but are the Braves where you thought they'd be?
And unlike the MLB Network, when you do games, we'll let you talk.
No, hey, you know, the worst part about leaving spring training is there's those bandwagons that everyone jumps on and jumps off, right? You gotta, I think, in safe 20 games is a good gauge for what you've got. I think 2 weeks. You know, some teams are going to start off hot, some teams are not. Nobody expected the Braves to reel off an 11-4 or a hot start. This is a really difficult schedule for any team to go through, yet alone a team that's rebuilding. So confidence-wise, that's going to be the biggest challenge for them, because they're playing the top teams, and some of these teams have come out and played well. They've been competitive. I know nobody likes to hear that in sports. Hey, we've been competitive, but at the end of the day, you're losing a lot of close games.
You guys went through a thing in, I'll say, 87, 88, or 89, where you were all being summoned from the minor leagues and you took your lumps.
Yeah.
Compare that to this with so many good young players, we'll say, on the brink of getting to the big leagues with the Braves. Is there a right way, wrong way?
Well, I don't think it's fair for them, because we're in a society that says we need it now. We need quickness. We need the guys to be good. We need to maximize their talent while they're young. Age is more relevant today than it ever was.
Cespedes cracks one to left. That's over Kelly Johnson's head and short hops the wall. That's going to score David Wright. The throw to second is going to be a little late, and the Mets add to their lead. It's now 6-2.
And in fairness to these young guys, it's underdeveloped. They're not developed, and they're not given enough time in the minor leagues to learn who they are, what kind of pitcher they are. And that's the one byproduct that I hate about the game today, is that they're not given the chance we were given to really develop, take your lumps, not be so critical of this guy can start, this guy can't, he's going to the pen, he can't do this. Just imagine, I would never have had my career if it was today. Going 2-11 in the first half, I don't see the starting rotation again. And who knows what would have happened. So the patience is a lot different because teams are trying to win quicker.
The Mets are holding their breath. Cespedes might have hurt himself sliding into second base after doubling home David Wright here with 2 outs.
I don't know if this is right ankle or right hamstring.
Grabbed his hip. Again with Lagares out on the bench in a 4-run lead. Well, they're going to leave him in.
So Cespedes is all right apparently, at least for the moment, with his 14th run batted in and an extra base hit now in 7 straight games.
I was in the bullpen when he threw the ball. Did that go straight in the air, no bounce?
Yeah, on the fly, right on the baseline in front of home plate.
Lucas Duda with 2 outs. 6-2 Mets. And up and away, ball 1.
So you weren't allowed to watch the game while you were down there?
No, only through the one small hole down there. It's kind of reminiscent of going to the pen. And
yeah.
Of course, then I had to build a different room once I knew I was going to be down there.
Ground ball,
nice job.
Ground ball to second. Can you stick around for another half inning? We want to talk about your accordion playing, among other subjects.
Oh, why would I miss that?
It would. Well,
why would anyone miss that?
That will keep an audience like nothing else.
Outdoors, right stuff, low price every day.
See, I can play it when I'm playing.
Pretty good.
That's very impressive.
Can I tell you the story behind it? Of course. Okay, so obviously you want to make an entrance on MLB Central. So I call around. I said, anybody got an accordion to rent? There was one in the city, which I don't like going into the city. There's nowhere to park. So I said, is it an adult accordion? And the guy says, yes. Well, obviously you saw that's not an adult accordion. So I get there, nowhere to park. I park a mile away. I run down to this place, get this accordion. It's the only one they had. It's in a backpack. I have to walk a mile with an accordion on my backpack to where I park, get all the way in. So I went to great lengths to make this happen. And that accordion is so small, you're not supposed to play it up near your neck, right? It's supposed to be down by your belly. But if I was given a bigger accordion, I could have done a little bit.
Well, how often have you had the chance to practice playing the accordion? I mean, do you?
No, I never have. I felt bad for my hotel people that were nearby, the neighbors, because I was panicking. Obviously, I wanted to do something, and it was about 1:45 a.m. I stopped playing the accordion. That's the first thing my mom says. Well, how come you didn't practice? I said, Mom, they haven't played it since I was 7, so I had fun with it.
I think there's opportunity right here at Turner Field.
There might be.
You know, either the anthem or God Bless America on a Sunday afternoon.
Can we tape to live?
Yeah.
You know, we could get a John Smoltz accordion playing bobblehead.
There you go.
That will play Dancing Queen or something.
That's right.
Your favorite song.
That's right. And by the way, I tried to play that. I tried to practice it very hard. You cannot play Dancing Queen on the accordion. And but my dad and I were in Cincinnati, and a Sports Illustrated picture has my dad playing an accordion in the stands, me sitting there. Of course, I took a lot of grief, as many of the players were watching this. But no, that's the tradition of our family, and my dad played for 50 plus years. And
that's great.
So it was a little too small. That's all. It was just too small.
You enjoying the network gig?
Yeah, it's been a busy year already. I've been traveling quite a bit, and of course, getting the ability to do Fox Game of the Week has been exciting, and I'm looking forward to the year.
Congratulations on the World Series.
And I've told John Hart and the boys, you got a couple of years to give me some home games. Hopefully, a World Series comes back to Atlanta. That would be the ultimate scenario to play out. But trying to keep up as much as I can with as many different. It's difficult. When you do a game, you do the game, and then you get to the studio and you have to get a little more broader with all of the things that are going on.
3 balls, 2 strikes for Drew Stubbs, who's pinch hitting and is down on strikes. Pistardo got him, and that's how the Atlanta 7th gets underway. Well, I'll speak to you as your friend and as a fan of the show. I really enjoy the MLB Network broadcasts. You guys do a great job, and you keep it fun. And you talk all the time about how the need of our sport is to attract younger viewers. If you all haven't seen the MLB Network shows in the morning and throughout the day, you're really missing out. They do a great job.
Yeah, they do, and it's fun. It's a good place to work. When you get there, you got an opportunity to obviously watch a lot of baseball and see a lot of incredible stuff as the avid fans get a bunch of look-ins. We get a chance to see you guys every once in a while. We do live look-ins. Hopefully they didn't do a live look-in this inning. See the accordion.
You never know.
You never know. And
no balls and a strike from Pistardo to Nick Markakis, and out of play foul.
Will you make a return to Cooperstown this year as a Hall of Fame member?
Yes, I can't wait. Honestly, it was a little bit of a timing of the. Unfortunately, Tahoe had to move 1 week to the same weekend of the Hall of Fame,
the golf tournament.
The golf tournament. But it's an easy decision to go back to the Hall of Fame. I want to see what happened. Last year I was numb. I didn't have a chance to take in all that I want to take in this next year. So I'm really looking forward to that, and it's going to be probably the most relaxed I've been going back and just seeing 2 guys get inducted.
Ken Griffey Jr. and Mike Piazza, the inductees this year, and well deserved. Speaking of golf tournaments, I understand you had one with Tom Glavine, and things didn't go as well for you as they normally do.
Well, on the surface that may seem correct, Chip, but
now Tom's watching tonight, so.
Yeah, and I'll just let Tom explain how it went, next time he's up here, and let's just say that under the format that they played it under, he did come away with it. We were tied, and he won in a rather less than manly way on a card off.
Wow.
Second. I mean, it wasn't his choice.
Scorecard playoff.
I mean, if they gave us the choice, I know Tom, he would have definitely not gone back out and played. He would have done the card off. But it was fun. It was a great cause. Children's Healthcare does a great thing within the Seniors Tour, Champions Tour. They allow three of us to play in their event in the second round. each one of us has a child and that has been dealing with cancer, and the winner gets, you know, the cup and money gets to go to their cause. So it really is a cool event.
Yeah, I know everybody appreciates your efforts in that, and obviously Tom and Chris have been leading the charge for pediatric cancer care here in Atlanta and around the country through their connections with baseball. They're wonderful philanthropists, and we're all grateful for that. As Daniel Castro hits and takes a strike from Bastardo, who has struck out 3 hitters tonight.
And you're telling me that there's a center fielder for the Mets who's taken on the golf charge.
He
right?
loves golf. I'm surprised. I mean, there's widely talked about how much he plays golf. Now, obviously, a regular player, everyday player, you don't hear about them playing golf as much for the obvious reasons. But he has really taken to golf, and I guess the Mets are okay with the route of which he goes about it. But he can hit it, and self-taught. As long as he keeps hitting home runs, I think that'll be no problem. I remember the first time I became the closer, and that was the biggest concern. You know, what's he going to do? He can't play golf. I'm like, no, I can play more. I got a chance to play more. There's not that every 5th day. After that year and 55 saves, I don't think anybody questioned, you know, the golf in the morning and closing at night. But yeah, he's one of the first players that I've heard that openly talks about it, or at least it's openly talked about, his ability to go and play golf.
No balls, 2 strikes for Castro, and that's downstairs. Do you miss it? You miss the competition on the field, the baseball competition?
Yeah, I miss the clubhouse stuff. Certainly miss the big games. I'm embarrassed to tell you that I don't miss going to the gym anymore, which I need to do. I need to get back in the gym, but as far as the actual playing, when you haven't picked up a ball in 7 years, I probably don't miss that part of it. It seems like forever ago, but I sure miss the camaraderie.
Little tapper, Bastardo, tough play, and the throw to first is not in time. Infield hit. Daniel Castro keeps the inning alive for Atlanta.
Yeah, yesterday was made for you. You'd have loved the day game yesterday, wouldn't you, with Kershaw?
Absolutely.
And a match up there.
And I tell you what, you know, Matt Whistler is just perfectly placed. Wish I could have got more of those. But that's the game that you want to pitch, right? And that's what the Braves are looking. They're looking for how many of these young pitchers are going to develop into something special. Because I think they can go get offense in 2 years or a year, spend money there. They have to get these young pitchers to the point where they can be a 5-man rotation, similar to what's going on in the league. You've got to find some of those guys, and Matt did a great job against Kershaw.
Did you ever envision a time where we see so many guys consistently blowing 95, 96, or in the case of Syndergaard, 100 miles an hour?
Not really, and it saddens me, not in the sense that they aren't great, because they are. It's just how long can they do it? You know, if they're emptying the tank every time they pitch, there's a problem there. But if that's natural and they can just easily, that's in their lane, that's easy, then I think the longevity and their ability to do something is great. But, you know, I was more comfortable at 92, 93, 94. I never felt like I threw a ball hard. And that obviously helped me pitch a lot longer. Now, when I went to the pen, that's a different story. You can go at it a little harder in 1 inning. But imagine that's what they're doing every inning. They're like coming out and closing a game every inning, and do that 8 times, 7 times, times 35.
Swing and a drive by Freeman. That's hit to right. Granderson will play that on a hop. Castro a little stumble around second, but he's on his way to third. And boy, that's a good sign for Freddie Freeman. A solid hit against a tough left-handed pitcher. And John, we know that Freddie Freeman's better than his batting average is right now.
Yeah, you know, how much of it is what he went through in spring training and is comfortable with his wrist, and then obviously trying to do so much for a team that is trying to score runs. You wonder mentally how much that's wearing him.
He had a good at bat earlier tonight. Hit the ball to left center, and that's the first hit Bastardo's given up to a lefty this year.
John, great to see you.
Great seeing you guys.
All the best.
Hang in there. Everything's going to be okay.
We'll call you when we need another peeler.
Okay. You guys should try that on.
Atlanta Braves baseball is sponsored by Georgia Power and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Beautiful night in Atlanta. The Braves giving the Mets a finish, down 4 runs in the 7th. They've got 2 on and 2 men out. They'll face a man from the Great White North, pride of Calgary, Alberta, Canada, Jim Henderson.
We've seen Jim before. He originally signed with the Montreal Expos. How about that? And then spent some time with Milwaukee, where he was their closer and had some real good success with them before he ran into shoulder surgery, shoulder problems that required surgery. And he's missed most of 2014 and 15 just trying to get that right. And now here he is back, this time with the Mets.
9 years in the minor leagues before he got a sniff with Milwaukee.
Fastball, slider, throws hard, 92, and he can run it up there as high as 97.
And that one caught a corner. Strike 1 for Adonis Garcia, who's got another 2-hit night tonight. That gives Adonis 6 multi-hit games this year for the Braves. Castro and Freeman with 2 out hits. They've chased Bastardo. And a shot to right. Base hit for Garcia. Castro scores. It's a 6-3 game.
That run charged to Bastardo, and all started with 2 out. That little slow roller hit by Castro. 3-hit night for Garcia and his 6th RBI.
So all of a sudden, things getting a little hotter under the collar for Terry Collins. He's going to have to go to his bullpen again. A.J. Pierzynski is 3 for 3. He's a hit away from 2,000, and the Braves are a home run away from tying it. We'll see what happens when we come back. And tonight, A.J. Pierzynski is a perfect 3 for 3.
Little dunker off Matt Harvey. His first time up. 4th inning off Harvey. Hit that one pretty good. And again off Harvey. High fastball that took the other way. Unfortunately, this unbelievable throw from Cespedes nailed Markakis at the plate. Cost him an RBI.
So A.J. with a long one here could pick up his 2,000th hit, and he could tie the game all with 1 swing. And he'll face left-hander Jerry Blevins.
This guy's pretty good, and he's tough on lefties. The Mets lost him early last year when he was struck on the arm by a line drive, broke his arm, came back from the disabled list, and then in August, when he was back from the DL, he fell off a curb and re-broke his arm. So he was only in 7 games. Fastball, curveball, slider, change. A lot of sliders, especially to lefties. 6'6", 190.
And the wind has just shifted. It's blowing straight in. And Darno smothered that. The Mets got Blevins from the Nationals right at the end of spring training last year for Matt Dendecker.
It was a D. Gordon line drive that broke his arm.
1 ball, no strikes. Not close. Jeff Francoeur has grabbed a bat. He's in the on deck circle. Freeman the runner at second. Garcia the man at first. Good hitters count. 2-0 for AJ. He made him throw a strike.
Well, he put it in a good place too. Glad AJ didn't try to do much with that pitch.
That's the one he wishes he had back.
Yep.
Now it's 2-2.
Was up and out over the plate. Just missed it.
So Blevins has rallied from a 2-0 count. It's now even. And AJ didn't get it. A frisbee breaking ball from Blevins ends the Atlanta threat in the 7th. The Braves pick up a run on 3 2-out hits, and we head to the 8th. Here in Atlanta, Georgia. Game 1 of our series with the Mets. Game 2 comes your way tomorrow night. It's the Skip and Pete bobblehead doll for our 7:10 start. We've got Toby Mac in concert, Bark in the Park on Sunday. This will be a great weekend for Major League Baseball in Atlanta, and the weather promises to be beautiful as well. We hope you'll join us. The Braves and Mets series sponsored by AT&T. Get your tickets today at Braves.com.
Jason Grilli on to get some work in a game the Braves have closed within 3. And this is good for Jason. The more work, the better for him. I'll be the first to tell you that. His 7th game, his last outing against the Dodgers. He took the loss 2 days ago. 3rd of an inning, 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned, a couple of walks and a strikeout.
And let's hope Jason can have a quick inning. We understand bad weather is approaching the ballpark. When the wind shifted, that was a sign that The wet stuff was coming. And we've got a fan on the field in left, and he was just taken down by one of the members of the Braves security detail. It looked like the fan came out of the left field stands and just jumped over the fence, I think, and came charging towards the infield. And now he's being restrained by, looks like, 4 of the members of the security detail.
That was a nice open field tackle.
It's a very good open field tackle. That fan will enjoy the rest of the weekend.
In the pokey.
In the pokey, yes.
Not only will he have a record, he'll be a little light in the wallet too. So if you come to the ballpark thinking that that's a good idea,
it's not.
It's not.
Yeah. So Jason Grilli will face Neil Walker, former teammates with the Pirates. Walker's got a 1-for-3 night. 2 home runs by Curtis Granderson, one of them a grand slam. And an RBI hit from Yoenis Cespedes has accounted for all 6 New York runs. And a strike. You have to respect the fact that Jason Grilli wants to get out there and pitch in major league games as quickly as he has after the Achilles tendon surgery. He will be the first to tell you that he is, as Joe said, not as sharp as he had hoped to be. As lightning flashes pop up into left center field, and Malik Smith makes the catch for out number 1.
Yeah, I think the term he used might have been rusty. He still feels a little rusty because he just wasn't physically allowed to pitch that much in spring training as he continued to rehab and strengthen everything, getting ready for a season. So to jump right into the fray with only a few innings, a couple of innings, 3 innings or so in spring training, it's obvious there's going to be a little bit of rust.
And while Jason has a 9-point ERA, in fairness to him, a couple of bloop hits victimized him in a couple of different ball games. One of them down in Miami that cost him a chance to save it. Comes to mind on the last road trip.
Yeah, John Smoltz, if he were here, still here, he'd be the first to tell Jason, you can whittle that down though. The year he became the closer, I think it might have been his first trip out of the bullpen down in Miami. His ERA was 8 immediately.
I mean, they nailed him in that game, right?
Yeah.
Base hit by Cabrera to right. His first of the game. And the rain begins to fall ever so lightly as Cabrera stands at first.
Two-seamer trying to get it to go down and away, and it was in a good spot. Again, this guy can hit, Cabrera. Spent his career in the American League, but he'll be a nice addition to the Mets lineup.
Darno has walked and scored. And that's downstairs. Bud Norris started the game for the Braves. 4 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, 2 homers. Sean Kelly debuted tonight, went 3 innings of 1-run ball. Now Jason Grilli is on the mound. And the rain's coming down a little heavier. Double play ball, slowly hit. There's one. There's the turn. And that sends us to the bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, I just got a message from Smoltz who said we better announce fast because it's coming, and you did a great job.
We're doing our part, John. And that tells the story. The rain is really coming down here at the ballpark. We are told this is going to be what our old colleague Dave Niehaus used to say, a PS, a passing shower, and might have a delay of about half an hour or so here in Atlanta. Ed Mangan and the crew will get the infield covered up, and when the rain stops, we'll resume play with the Braves getting set to go to work in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's a 6-3 New York game. We are back at it here tomorrow night. Julius Chassin and Steven Matz are the pitching principals. Mentioned earlier tonight, Braves are very excited about what Julius has provided in his first 2 starts with the Braves. 3 runs in 11 and a third innings. How about this for size? 14 strikeouts and no walks.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. What a great addition to the rotation. And keep in mind, too, they sent him to Gwinnett to get a start because the Braves didn't need a 5th starter until almost 2 weeks into the season, and he has really stepped in and pitched great. Steven Matz, you've probably heard of him by now. Really good left-hander. They had a little injury scare with him. I think it was his lat muscle about halfway through the season last year, maybe in August. So they shut him down and got him ready for the postseason. But boy, he's a dandy, and looks like he's going to be a real nice left-handed complement to their rotation for a long time.
So let's recap what we've seen tonight. Our first look at the New York Mets, the defending National League champions. They played tonight like they've played this entire road trip, and frankly, they're playing right now the way they played over their final 50-60 games last year.
Exactly. And now they have 21 home runs with 2 by Granderson tonight. 21 home runs on this road trip in 7 games. That is unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, it's the best stretch in Mets history, certainly. So they are clobbering the baseball. David Wright has really been struggling. His 2 home runs, as I said earlier, have been to right center. He almost hit one out to right center earlier tonight. Got a double. Cespedes, a double that followed, driving another run. So they're swinging it right now and backing their pitching.
The offense for the Mets and their fans is old news. The big news tonight was the performance of Matt Harvey. Evaluate how he performed in his 4th start.
I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was lights out, but it was okay, and certainly an improvement over his previous 3 starts. And I'm sure they will take that as a step in the right direction. As I said before, his fastball was good at times, 96 good at times. His slider's still not there yet. Once he gets his slider back, it's going to be lights out again for Matt Harvey, but certainly a better outing than his previous 3.
We're getting soaked.
Yeah, we are.
So our producer Brian Woodrum is kind enough to allow us to send it to rain delay programming. It'll be another exciting episode of Driven. 6-3 is our score. Joe and I will step aside, and we will update you from Atlanta in just a little while. and he's in line to pick up the win. Bud Norris started for the Braves, gave up 5 runs, 4 earned in his 4 innings. And Addison Reed is going to be the next Mets pitcher. Jerry Blevins was the last pitcher of record for New York, but with a long delay, Terry Collins will get a fresh arm out there. And the former White Sox and Diamondback Addison Reed will make his 8th appearance of the season already. That's something that the Mets will monitor, I'm sure. They've got a lot of high traffic relief pitchers working in their bullpen right now, in large part because of Matt Harvey.
Yes. Yeah, seems like on his starts, that's when they've got to use 3 or 4 guys, and tonight's no different. A rain delay certainly adding to that too.
Of concern for the Mets as well. We saw that slide by Yoenis Cespedes. He re-injured a bruise on his right hip. He injured that hip trying to make a catch of a foul ball, banged into the railing, and that's been bothering him for a couple days. So the slide aggravated that problem. He's going to be taken out, and as we said, maybe the best insurance policy in the outfield in the National League is Juan Lagares, and he's going to come in for the final inning and a half tonight.
And we never heard any more updates, I don't believe, on Jeff Kellogg, did we?
I have not.
So, again, we hope the home plate umpire who was injured in the first inning had to be replaced by the first base umpire, Alan Porter. Hope Jeff is okay and resting comfortably, and hope to see him back out here tomorrow.
So to the bottom of the 8th we go. Kelly Johnson will face Addison Reed. And that one's stepping away at 91 miles an hour. A 56-minute rain delay. Officially.
Addison Reed, fastball slider, mid-90s, throws across his body. Did a nice job for the Mets last year after they picked him up.
That caught a corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kelly is still alive. Finals in the National League. Cubs won again. They beat the Reds 8-1. John Lester was the Chicago starter. Washington beat Minnesota 8-4. Phillies beat Milwaukee 5-2. And that's down the left field line, foul.
Rizzo, another homer for the Cubs. Worth get a home run for the Nationals. Phillies got 2 home runs from Michael Franco.
He's a good player, isn't he? 2-2 is hit short. And the first pulls Duda off the bag, and that's will be a throwing error.
He threw that flat-footed. I don't know why. He just fielded the ball and stood anchored right there and was all arm, and that's why it didn't get there. He was stepping toward third base.
Down 3. All helps appreciated for the Braves. We now have Eric Ivar in the box. Eric is 0 for 3 on the night.
Sorry, Chip. The first Dodger game of the series, the Braves had 8 runs on 10 hits. That was a win. Yesterday they had 11 hits in 10 innings. 10 of those off Clayton Kershaw. Only parlayed that into 1 run. They got 10 hits tonight too.
And that's the difference between the Braves and Mets from an offensive standpoint at this point. They can score 3 runs with 1 swing of the bat. The Braves as a team have 3 homers. It takes 3-4 hits to score a run or two in an inning. 2 runs, 4 hits in the second for the Braves. 1 run, 3 hits in the seventh. And that takes care of Ibar. 1 out and 1 aboard for Malik Smith. Beautiful day promised tomorrow, and the first 20,000 fans here in Atlanta will get the Skip and Pete Famous Calls bobblehead. Don't miss it. One of a kind. There are good tickets available for the ball game. Get them online at Braves.com. Julius Chassin for the Braves, Steven Matz for the Mets. Alex has an RBI double to highlight his night. Braves had second and third, 2 in, and 1 out in the second inning with Bud Norris up there. He tried to bunt and was thrown out, and then Nick Markakis struck out against Matt Harvey.
Pretty wicked slider right there that he went over the top of. Kind of a sweeping slider from Reed.
Get the fastball. 2-2.
Changing eye levels on him. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see Reed come back with that slider to his back foot again.
He did. Good call, Joe. And Malik couldn't lay off and is struck out for the second time. And 2 are out. And Jeff Rancourt will step in. The lefty on the mound, and Jeff swinging the bat well against lefties. This might be tomorrow, I should say, Steven Matz. Chance for Jeff to get an at bat tonight to prepare him for his start potentially against Steven Matz tomorrow.
Yeah, he's had a good homestand so far. Had a good series against the Dodgers.
And he swings the first pitch, and this time shortstop makes a good throw to first. No harm for the Mets on that inning opening error, and we're off to the ninth. We've got Toby Mac in concert. We've got Bark in the Park. And we've got a good series between Atlanta and New York. 2 great Eastern Division rivals. Hope you'll join us here at Turner Field. The series sponsored by AT&T. Get your tickets at Braves.com/promotions. Don't forget to stay tuned after the ball game. We thank you for joining us after a 56-minute rain delay. Christina Fitzpatrick and the crew will have Braves Live presented by Xfinity. We've completed 8 rain-soaked innings. It's 6-3 New York in front.
Eric O'Flaherty could use a good outing. ERA in double digits, and he needs to start whittling that down. His last work came against the Dodgers yesterday. A third of an inning, gave up a hit.
Juan Lagares checked in for Cespedes, and he'll lead things off. We've seen Lagares have some big games against the Braves, and I know how much you love watching this guy chase after the fly balls in the outfield.
He does everything right. Great jumps. Good routes. And he's got a good arm. And greets O'Flaherty with a single.
Well, Curtis Granderson's had himself a very happy return to Atlanta for New York. 3 hits, a grand slam in the second, and a solo home run in the fourth. We said at the start of our broadcast the Braves were catching a Mets offense that is hitting everything in sight. 19 home runs in the first 6 games of the road trip. 2 more home runs for them tonight. And a little looper out toward Ibar, and he'll make the play. That takes care of Granderson for the first out.
2 home runs and 2 doubles. That gives them 44 extra base hits in 7 games.
In 7 games?
Mm-hmm.
The Braves have 27 extra base hits as a team this year. Wow. David Wright has one of those doubles, and he scored the final New York run. I know he's a Met, and I want the Braves to get him out every single chance they can. But players as good as David Wright, as good a citizen as David Wright is, it's good to have him healthy and playing. It's good for the game.
Yeah, class act.
His double that I mentioned snapped a 13 at bat hitless streak for him. One ball, no strikes. Jason Grilli pitched a solid inning for the Braves. That was encouraging. Chance for O'Flaherty to get some extended work. And after a pop out to the shortstop, he's got 2 on with 1 out. Michael Conforto, the next Mets hitter. MLB.TV Premium's the #1 live streaming sports service, and it delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. That includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Loop towards short and caught. Throw back to second. It's a double play. Lagares wandered too far. A double play sends us to the bottom of the 9th. Braves Live starts at 6:30 Eastern Time. Joe and I will have the game for you beginning at 7 o'clock. We've told you a couple of times about the starters. Julius Chassin, Steven Matz. It's April in the ATL, presented by Cook's Pest Control. And now the Braves, down to their last 3 outs, need 3 to tie and 4 to win. And they'll have to do it against a tough hombre trying to close it out for New York. The Mets closer enters the game, Juris Familia.
What a job he did for them last year after the multiple suspensions of Henry Mejia. Familia stepped in and really nailed down the closer's role for the Mets and did a fabulous job for him. He's off to a good start again this year. Throws hard, high 90s fastball and a real good slider, and mixes in a split finger pitch too.
Familia will have to face the top of the Braves order. It'll start with Nick Markakis. A rare offer for the Braves right fielder. Nick hitless in 3 tries, but he has a base on balls. Nick's 1 for 4 against the Mets closer head-to-head. And the first pitch bounced towards short. Cabrera, 360 spin and a perfect throw.
It looked a little better than the guy who made the error last inning. I think he was a little disgusted with himself after that. Familia last year didn't start as the closer, but he finished as the closer for these guys and had 43. 2-2 with a 1.85 ERA. Struck out 86 batters in 78 innings and only walked 19.
Yeah, that last number is the one that's always important. Close games can't give the opposition extra base runners, and Familia didn't do that. Castro, another good night, 1 for 4. He scored a run. He's got a 5-game hitting streak now. And he'll try to get on in front of Freddie Freeman.
In the 3 stops in the postseason for the Mets last year, Familia worked in 12 games a total of 14 2/3 innings and gave up 1 run, and that was on a homer.
Wow. And he is bringing it. He's at 97 miles an hour and almost looked effortless. A 1-out walk. So we talk about how he seldom walks anyone. He promptly puts Castro aboard in front of Freddie Freeman.
We'll get another guy on and bring the tying run to the plate.
Freddie hung in there against Antonio Bastardo in his last at bat and singled to right. Ball 1. Adonis Garcia next, and A.J. Przinsky, who's had a big night at the plate.
Freddie's had good numbers against Familia. 5 for 10 with a homer, and Darno out to try to settle his closer down with a 3-run lead.
Two balls, no strikes. Shift on for Freddie. And he had a good rip. 2 balls and a strike. Runner goes, and it's fouled away. He's trying to stay out of a potential double play. Mets don't care about Castro. They want to get Freeman. And they did. That was nasty.
That is a tough one to handle at 97, right in on your thumbs. Target was in. Pitch was in.
I mean, 97, and Darno didn't have to move the glove. No. So Adonis Garcia will try to keep it alive for A.J. Pierzynski. Garcia's had a 3-hit night. He's batting .315. And a number hit to the right side. Duda's got it. Flip to the pitcher covering. And the Mets beat the Braves in game 1 of the series by a final score of 6-3. The Grandy man can hit him a long way, and he did it twice. A grand slam and a solo homer. All the Mets needed in game 1 tonight.